Hello. It is time to vehicle, I don't know. So where I'm at this point is I need to get I really have to find a way to get this vehicle just so I can like create it from GD script side, but all of it will exist on Jolt's physics server side. So pretty much all it will do, I guess we could even look starting here in their samples. Essentially, I want to replicate this where I would call like new, I don't know. What would it be? Body interface. Somewhere here is the vehicle constraint. Essentially, I would do this. I guess I wouldn't really say it's a vehicle constraint. I would create a rigid body that extends vehicle constraint, and then the rigid body extension can just do everything with Jolt. So it would have exports for like your wheels or your settings, things like that. Vehicle. What is vehicle here? What's vehicle? Vehicle? Is this in the header file? No. Wait, I was looking at the wrong thing. No, it wasn't. Here. Vehicle? Oh, there it is. Vehicle constraint settings vehicle. Right. So, do something like this. I'd create this. And then, yeah, Jolt would just run exactly as it does in the background. Okay. Let me think here. Whoops. I hit a button. A vehicle constraint is a constraint. It's not a... What's the... It needs a body, right? We pass an M car body. I saw that right up here. Create body. So this should be the rigid body, right? It is. Mass, inertia. Body creation settings. Yeah, so this is the rigid body, straight up. And then vehicle constraints. Oh, well, car body, these are the settings. Car body is the rigid body. Vehicle constraint will accept a rigid body, and then settings. So essentially my goal is to somehow bring these out to GDScript so I can make them like resources. The resources will essentially manage a settings object. Okay. I think first what I will do is I will go and clean up my Godot project so that I don't have any of this vehicle body stuff anymore. Sad as it is, I will just be deleting it. Okay. Yeah. It does kind of suck a lot. Right. Right when I was reaching the end, I realized this stuff I couldn't correctly do. But oh well. I guess I will keep the matrix for now. But do I have anything in vehicle body or vehicle base that I needed to keep? I don't think so. Whoa. Yeah, pretty sure all of that just goes away. Apparently truck vehicle is open. Just delete it. Wheeled vehicle controller is just empty. Yeah. All right. I will go ahead and commit this. What would I do this? Like, just delete, I guess. Porting is impossible without can I spell it? Significant? This word is really, that's crazy. I'm looking at that word and I'm like really struggling. Significant, yeah. Changes to the engine. Better method is to just create an interface to the existing Jolt vehicle constraint class. All right. 2,000 lines. Goodbye. Okay. Now, to figure out how I can just kind of write like an interface on top of this, I think what I'll do is I'll just create one kind of next to the vehicle body 3D and just call it Jolt Vehicle 3D or something like that. Not even a point to calling it 3D. Jolt is only 3D. I mean, I guess it can be 2D. You just like constrain to the XZ or the XY axis or whatever it is. Got like a hair sticking out here. It's really bothering me. Okay. So I guess essentially you just have to make kind of resource types for, whoops. Also, does this one use the wheeled vehicle? Wheeled vehicle, yeah. I think essentially, wait, what? Oh wait, I have like a bunch of tabs open. How did I do that? Just close up. I think I need to expose vehicle constraint and then maybe use like an enum to pick between these. And then make these interfaces as well, these controllers. It's just kind of weird because I have to make like two at once. I think the best way to go about it is probably starting here. Do a how would I do this? I think what I do is I'll delete the controllers folder. And I'll do wheeled vehicle, right? Because I'm trying to think about how I want to use this from code from here. I think what I want to do is I want to say, all right, here's my rigid body. We extend wheeled vehicle. I get there. We extend the wheeled vehicle. It'll inherit vehicle constraint or something like that. Because I want to have, well, what do these do? Well, okay. If I really think about it, I'm not having that at all, right? I'm not doing that at all. the code side would be also, I think I can close a lot of these. Right, let me actually close out of that. Clean. So I'm not going to do shapecast anymore. I shouldn't need shapecast. It would have only existed for this port, so I don't need it. Let's go to the zombie game branch. Okay. So create a branch, add Jolt vehicle 441. I might have messed up. Let's go back to here. I want this one and then the one that I want to base it off of. Should be zombie game. Okay. How do I... If run build is here, then we're good. Cool, run build is here. Alright. So I guess I'll just start kind of going from here. It would be scene, 3D, physics, and I would have something in here. Although, I'm not sure how to include these. How do these get included? I think it just compiles everything, doesn't it? Does it just compile everything? Because if I add a new file, like what happens? How does it include that? I think it just kind of puts it in there. I think if I write it, it will add it. Yeah, I can't imagine they would, you know, pick a crazy build tool like this and then say, oh yeah, but we have to also still specify every single file we want to add. Should just add it. This is a really long script. What? Oh. That's what they are. Scene SC sub, so I do probably need to add this to a list. Add main 3D. What about scene? Add source files. Scene sources. Oh. Every file is a scene source? That's what it looks like to me. Looks like everything. Although... Oh, here's the SC sub. Ah, yeah. 3D... What? Is this... That's this file. Right, okay. 3D... Physics... Everything here. Alright, that's really nice. So it just straight up adds everything. Okay, so I guess I will just do add a file. I guess it can just be like a internal like midway class, you know, kind of how physics body and collision body are, or collision object. So you'll open the drop down for 3D, you'll get to collision object, and then you'll see Jolt vehicle there, right? It's like kind of the order of this thing. Node, collision, physics body. And then, yeah, here I would see, not underneath rigid body, but underneath physics body, I would see Jolt vehicle. So physics body 3D is what I should extend, I think. Probably. Okay, let's call it Jolt vehicle. And I'll do it the same way that I have, similar to how rigid body is. Just open that, and then here. Jolt vehicle is given a rigid body, right? You give it a rigid body, you'd have like a rigid body nested underneath it. Yeah, I think so. And I can do that warning stuff like how rigid body says I need a shape, right? Somewhere here should say something like that. Physics body configuration warnings. Is it underneath physics body? Hey, Sinistrix. Collision object. Pretty sure something here says it needs a shape. This node has no shape. There it is. Should I make it extend rigid body? Maybe it should. What do you think about goth girls? Can't say I have a particular opinion. I think I should just... Okay. I was thinking I would make it its own thing, but I'm going to extend rigid body just so I can simplify a lot of stuff. So, do you like them? I said I don't have a particular opinion. That's my response. Virtual body state changed. If I over... Oh, it is virtual, so I could override it. Think about athlete girls. Dude, I'm trying to work right now. I don't want to talk about girls. I already got it open. If I override somewhere around here, maybe at the bottom. No. If contact monitor. Where is this? Somewhere around here it says, like, here's the function, call this. I don't know which one that is, because there's like 3 functions that all have similar names. Is it sync states? Body state changed? I think it's body state change that does this. Why is there a static body state change callback? I don't see any override. I see an override there, actually. This doesn't even come from physics body. Okay. Collision object. Is there a virtual anywhere here? Space changed. I know it's written somewhere, I just don't... State changed. Oh, there it is. Okay, that was really difficult to find. And I lost it. Body set state sync callback. So it calls body state changed on rigid body. Is that a virtual function? Please be a virtual function. Virtual void body state changed. Awesome. So I can override this and not call into rigid body as 1 at all, is what that means, I think. And I think body state change just like pretty much just reads through, or it applies gravity and then it reads, and it might call integrate forces, and then it does all this stuff where it just like saves some things. That's all it does. But I don't need that, do I? Wait, I don't, do I use that? I was looking to see if I could call this to avoid calling it. That's what I was trying to do. I was trying to get here to not call this. Right. Then I think on transform changed does... If I can find it. What? Where does it apply gravity? Maybe all I should do is just use this create body thing. A shape. Okay, what can I do? I can either have this be... How would I like to use this? What I like to do is I like to pick it from here. I say, oh yes, I want my vehicle body, right? And then I just want to add a shape on top of it, as if it was just a rigid body. Maybe I could just look at what vehicle body does itself, and that could be helpful. That's all wheel. Why I still don't get this weird thing where they put the constructors for these like last, like in the middle of the file. Why do they do that? This does just say override. So exclude insert RID. So I should just follow this, really. All this does is it has a very minimal constructor, and we just extend rigid body. That's all we do. Okay. And then, why do we import physics body? Rigid body already includes that. I don't know. I shouldn't even need that because it doesn't import anywhere else, or nowhere else imports this. And then I would need to override body state change call. I still don't get that. What is this static body state change callback? It's not defined. Is this just some leftover code? The static? Do you have to define that? It's declared, it's not actually defined. I feel like that's just a mistake. I feel like that doesn't need to be there. Is it defined in rigid body? No, callback is not there either. This gotta just be a mistake, I think. We'll need the bind methods. And it's kind of it for now. I'll have to have some kind of like resources that you make. So basically the Jolt vehicle just acts as a it acts as this like top level builder thing. You tell it which controller you're using. You tell it, you give it a list of wheel settings, the resources, right? You give it your constraint settings. You give it your wheel settings. This is a lot of stuff. I guess I can also extend all this. How do the properties work? Rigid body should define mass, right? Right, property, and then you define the getters and setters, which are the methods that you've bound already. Right, that's how this works. Groups, property, cool. And these are important calls. Add constraint, add step listener. That's like very simple things I have to add in. And these just modify. I guess there is this prefix update. Right, this is just setting stuff on the controller. Wait, what is this? When overriding gravity is requested, we cast a sphere downwards and use the contact normal as a new gravity direction. A sphere. Why? Wait, this is for like a vehicle that can like climb walls? Interesting. That's exactly what this is. Okay, whatever. So this pre-physics update, can't remember which way this goes. Does this go before or after? Physics process is before or after? And this is just for gravity. Vehicle test pre-physics update. This has to take... This needs to take a controller settings, a needs to take controller settings, and I would like it to have wheels as created objects, just like how Vehicle Body 3D does it. Exactly the same way. Does this override anything? Just configuration warnings. I'm gonna have to like keep looking around to make sure I remember everything before I start really getting into this. All right, so this defines pretty much everything about the wheel right off the bat. But what does this one add? Moments of inertia for a cylinder, this would be 0.5 times m mass times radius squared. Okay. Max steer angle is put here. And then 2 curves. Wheel settings, wheel. So I need to have, oh man. I'd have to write like all this out, wouldn't I? Could I? Yeah, that's what I wanted to do. Could I just make like copy this file or like go to joints and yeah, let me do I didn't mean to do that. I want to make it a directory. So I'll just call it Jolt vehicle. Yep, just like that. Has been modified, 7 a new name. Sure. I'm pressing yes. Okay. Right. So I'm here. So I have to do a class for modifying the resources of wheel settings and the wheeled vehicle wheel settings. Okay. So I guess I'll just start with wheel here. Damn. Well, I don't need any of that. I just need the wheel settings, right? JPH exports. So be JPH wheel settings. I'd make a resource that just interfaces with this. Also, what is like to Godot and to from what? To Jolt to Godot? There's some things like that. What is that? I would like to find this. Jeez. Yeah, there it is. To Godot. What is that? Get Jolt shape. To Godot. What is this? Oh. Oh, I see. Jolt physics miscellaneous Jolt type conversions. Okay, so I probably don't actually need to do that. I just want to know what that was. How do we make resources? I don't think it would be in scene, would it? It wouldn't be in scene. Is it? What takes a resource? Camera 3D takes a resource value. Scene resources, of course. Of course. Yeah. So skeleton slash what? Okay. Why there's so few resources here? That doesn't seem right. Is it all out here instead? Oh, yeah. I really hate their organization where they just throw every file in one big folder. It's awful. By their organization, I mean lack of it. Each folder is like a ratio of like 100 files to 1 or something. I don't want to like list these here either. These aren't like generic resources. These are only resources for these are only resources for I'm just trying to organize this a little bit. There we go. I'm not finishing my sentence. These are only resources for this thing, so I don't want to like make it. I don't actually want to put it outside of that. I just have to see here what's unique to resource. It seems like it's nothing at all. It seems like, how do we save this? Get property list, get and set, probably. Constructor doesn't do anything. Use get and set. I think this is where resource loading comes in, right? Set, yeah. And then property list has to return what is saved. Um, damn, this is gonna be even more tedious importing, I think. Okay. So just have a class, GD class, resource. And then I've got all this. Actually, what I really have is just a private wait a second. Yeah, how do I do this? Because I want it to be that this wheel settings is an abstract class, and then I have the wheeled vehicle wheel settings that will extend this, so it gets all the saving from those, and then it has to add on some extra stuff. I guess when I instance it, I say like because these have to connect to like the same underlying object. I guess I just say like JPH wheel settings, right? Like that. Then I'll just have a public setter for all of these. Oh, class already starts private, so I don't even need to say that. I can just write it there. Then here I would have I need all of these. Gonna be tough to write all this in. Are these public? Public. Protected. I don't know why that has to be protected. Okay. And I'm assuming these would just be like get set, yeah. Would it be a const reference? I guess so. Because I'll just say to Jolt. Right? To Jolt. Is that an option? Oh, look at that. To Jolt. Constant vector reference. Awesome. Exactly what I wanted to see. I write this faster. Yeah. A lot of these are going to be vectors. Okay. Suspension direction. It's like I still have to write them out though. I'm sure if I was smarter, I'd figure out a way to like do all this in like one go. I don't know how. So I'm just gonna write it all out. And I guess now, since I'm just doing mappings, I don't need to worry about, I can pick any names that I want. Do I have to do... Oh yeah, when it compiles, it won't exist unless I make it a C++ file, so... As nice as it would be to just write everything in the header file, it doesn't work for this stuff. It won't actually create it. String settings. So I guess I can set like the spring mode and then spring other stuff. I think it's like frequency and damping, or yeah, it literally says right there. Frequency and damping, right? Yeah, I'll just make these individual methods. But I will have to go look at this. Physics, constraints, constraint parts? No. So they have M mode, frequency, and damping. E spring mode is a integer, so it'd be either 0 or 1. Cool. M mode. Should I... How do they do enums? I guess it's always going to return, ooh, tangent mode. Here's something, tangent mode. So they just define an enum. I guess I can do the same thing and just have it match. Just having my own enum and then have a match, and then it would be variant enum cast. Enum cast. Is that how they do it? Enum cast? Variant enum cast. Let me see if there's one in here. And enum in here. Freeze mode, center of mass, damp mode. So these are definitely exported. Variant enum cast, same thing. Okay. So I'll just copy these. Exactly, in fact. They define them inside of this, so I'll do the same thing. Unknown type uint8, of course. I think I can just... What is curved? Nothing. Nothing. Yeah, they don't say anything. So they say it's up here. Okay. And I guess I should write static cast. Do I have to cast? Do I have to cast enums? I guess you do, right? I'm going to do enum to another enum. How many times is it going to make me click not interested? Yeah, I want to cast one enum to another enum. Field center warning. Can I avoid switch case by typecasting? You just cast it. The code BA also works properly without the cast. Okay, so I don't need static cast, I guess. I just need cast. Good enough, right? What's going with the highlighting? Okay. IE Spring mode. Cool. And then I need frequency and damping. I think it's like stiffness and damping or frequency and damping. Yeah, but these are the same thing. I'm quite sure union is just assigning two names to the exact same thing. Let me verify that. What a union means. I don't like this website. I'm not actually... Never mind. Yeah, just send me here. Hold only one of its non-static data members at a time. Exactly what I thought. Okay. List of access specifiers, member object, and member function, declarations, and definitions. The whole union occupies 4 bytes. SS is now the active member. What? Oh, that's really weird. Okay. So it actually does... It's not just like a name. It really matters that I read from the right one at the right time. So I guess what I will do is do like... what does this do? So it changes when you set one or the other, essentially. With frequency being the default. Or just the first one being the default, I guess. How do I... What's the Godot asserts? What's a Godot assert? Do I get one? I have a good example here. Fail condition variant message. Value? What is this? 0. Fail condition. Okay, so I'm looking for error fail condition message or V message. Yeah, what's this 0? Error fail message. Oh, when it runs, it just fails. Okay. Fail V message. A return value in a message. What's with the 0? I'm looking for condition value message. The condition, the return value, when the condition fails, and then a message. Error failed condition v message. Okay. That is what I want. Was it error fail v con message? The condition, the value. You know what? It's even in the name. Condition value message, right? So the condition is that it fails when this condition is true, is finite. If it's not finite, fail. Right. So when it's true, false, yeah. Also, does this store, what type does this store? This stores floats. Okay. So should I make these const? They probably should be const, shouldn't they? All right. Same thing again. And then stiffness. Whoa. Stiffness. And I saw that there's an error, I think. Or did I just misread it? Yeah, here. By error I meant typo. Frequency. And then damping and that stuff should just be pretty simple. Right. Okay, and then I just have radius width and then this Boolean value. And then I guess this would be enable. Or get. I'll just write it all out, I guess. Cool. Okay. Nearly all of it. Then what else would I need? The settings are private there. I guess I could say I have a friend class though. So I say class, what is it? like that, I think. And I just say friend is that right? Friend class. Is about the right. WV wheel settings. So perhaps it should be like wheeled. Or just wheel set. Wheel base settings. Then I have like wheel settings and then track settings for the other one. Yeah. Unknown type vector 3. Yeah, I don't think so. Is this all good? Good. Okay. How does extending the resource work? I guess curve actually does it, doesn't it? Curve 2D. Does it just... How does that work? How does it know? Do these override? They don't override that. Oh, okay. Does C++ doesn't have multiple inheritance, right? I'm just trying to think of how I would do this. Also, I need to find some of this stuff is used and then figure out what they're importing to get this, because this, I'm sure this namespace does not come to me directly like this. I have to import it somehow. So I guess maybe I'll just go here and go to the top. Oh, there it is. They include Jolt like this. Okay. That's how this works. So I would have to include type conversions. Jolt type conversions. This is in servers. So I would go to... I have to include miscellaneous and Jolt type conversions, right? Here, miscellaneous. No. It would be here? No. Modules. No. What? Core. Where's that coming from? Jolt Physics Direct Space 3D. This is all in modules. Jolt Physics. Miscellaneous Jolt type conversions. Okay, so I have to get to maybe I can just search for Jolt type conversions and see if anyone else imports this, because I'm not sure how to include that. It is not included anywhere outside of the module. Great. Yeah. What's in here? Yeah, there it is. Okay. The funny thing is all of vehicle is included, but then I don't think this actually uses any of that. Vehicle constraint. I mean, what if it did? Wouldn't that be crazy? Nope. So I have to get this into here. Godot source files module. Can I include this? Where's this one included? Yeah, this, I feel like this alone is going to take me a while. Register modules. Actually, I guess if I think about it, no, never mind. I was going to say what I can do is see how Godot imports this and runs the code. But I think that's just like pure generated files and a lot of crap and garbage that I do not want to spend the time learning. And it would be nicer, it would be easier if I could just include the header files, which I might be able to. Okay, I guess I do have to figure that out. What about WebP? WebP common. What is all that? Can I do a search for... No. Image loader? Core IO image loader. It's all Core IO. It defines load image and get recognized extension. And it extends that. Yeah. This is what I was thinking, that I couldn't just include it like this. I guess what I can do is just straight up copy how this one does it. I have third-party directory and third-party sources, and just add all of that. Prepend. Environment Jolt is what I don't get. Environment modules. Environment adds source files. Environment third party. Do I have to do that? Huh. Environment Jolt. And then third-party clone, disable warnings, third-party object, third-party add source files, environment module sources. Module sources. Third-party object from Jolt. So this is a really weird, a really strange way to organize that. Environment Jolt. Third party, we add third party. And then environment Jolt is add source files. Which okay, what would be it would be possible to define like a generic interface, add what I'm writing right now to the Jolt module, and then that's annoying. If I just include it, will linking still work? No, because these are like self-contained. These are all... Well, actually, I guess if it's that scene doesn't load until after modules. Okay, scene loads and then module loads. Tough. The build order is dependent on link order. Because I just don't get how this thing works. Export to env, does that just create like a variable called env? And then all of these sub things. So core is created. Yeah, what I don't get is how does it connect? I guess main comes last, and then platform comes last. That's how it knows the definitions before, or knows the declarations before definitions. But I'm assuming at this point when I run, because I come from scene, I only know about what exists in core and servers. I don't know about anything that exists after me, I think. That's my thought. Yeah, their system is just set up in a way that I would have to go into servers, create some interface that's generic, then go into scene for my GDScript stuff, for my resources. Those would set values on the generic stuff from a server. They wouldn't even set generic values. They would call methods on server, on the physics server. And then modules comes along and defines that behavior. And in modules, I would have to go into Jolt physics and write the interface a second time to set values on this stuff. What I would like to do is just be able to call them directly. Just say, hey, here's my Jolt physics struct. And call my Jolt physics thing. I guess it's actually not so bad. Maybe. I would instead of applying settings at the top here, I just kind of copy the interface. And then inside of here, I would create the type conversions. I would create like two Jolt. I would and set 2 Jolt from one of these things that I just haven't seen. So that skips having to create another interface there. And then on physics server, I would have to have a call to these two methods. Add constraint and add step listener. I just need some way to call that. And I could say add constraint and then to Jolt vehicle constraint. Well, I guess vehicle constraint is an object. So it would be more like doing the rigid body here, like to Jolt rigid body. Is that a thing? No, doesn't look like it. Yeah. I could just try to figure out how to write it here. I guess my wonder is if I add these twice, that's what I don't know. If I add the source file again, because that's what this does. env depends module object, third party object. Could I actually get environment Jolt? Could I somehow get this object? Third party directory? Third party sources, third party directory plus file. Oh. Could I say that my... No. Which register types? What does this do? Oh. That's exactly how it works now. So register types is like it's like an extension. Register types is called as I mean that's just the extension thing, really. And then although I'm not sure how it works where it just has its own method. Well, I guess that's how it... Yeah, where does it say that this is the method that it's supposed to call? It doesn't. Okay, so when I do import env, could I say like export environment? Could I write it like here? This could export something, and I could say I need to depend on this thing. I don't think so. I don't think so. Man. This is stupid. They set this up in a really stupid way. Just the thing that sucks is that if I do it the way that Rigid Body does it, where I essentially just have all these, and then this acts as like the resource, so this stuff gets saved when I do get property list, you know? Or I guess add property actually handles that for me, right? Yeah. Is this. I'd have to write this literally everywhere. Which is really, really annoying. So every time, for every parameter, every value that I have here, not even for every value, for every function, I need another function that's just the exact same thing on the physics server. Or I guess the sets will do the sets, but then the gets can just return the local cached value, right? Same thing here, right? But then I need this like sync state thing that they have, where they call in and they acquire every value, right? Get, right? All that. I guess not really, but I mean, quite literally for every single one of these functions, I need another function, or for half of them, I guess, just the set. I need another one. I need to write another one on the physics server to do this. And it would just be nicer if I could just have the thing here. But I don't know if that's possible. I guess I can say that this exists. I can say, I can just declare that the namespace exists and declare that this thing exists, and then everything should be fine. Although the issue with that is I can't use it. I would have to move all these to the C++ file, because then it would complain to me that, oh, you're trying to use this before you've, you know, whatever. So then at the linking stage, all the compiled stuff would exist, and then it would say, all right, here's all the matches for these function definitions. But the issue is still that I think it doesn't really know. Maybe it will know at that point. Maybe it'll be fine. Maybe it does know at that point. Yeah. Oh, and these should actually be real wheel base settings. What's the button to rename? Yeah. Cool. Then we'll also have to include, this is where it starts to kind of be an issue, actually. I still can't use these until it's defined. I guess I could just say, what is all this? I could just do this. I could just go up. So up 1 is in physics, up 2 is in 3D, up 3 is in scene. And then one more and I'm in third party. I mean, I don't have to compile these. Okay, it's already compiled, so if I just include it, it's actually fine, right? It's actually fine. I just have to compile it. I just have to include it here. Spring setting should be here. There it is. Okay. And now I have them all. And then I also have to include not third party modules. Jolt, miscellaneous type conversions. Cool. So now all I need is wheel base settings. Okay. And let me do a recording. Ouch. Just had like my shoulder just like, I don't even know. Right for a second. Cool. Okay. And now it's all defined by this point. Could I actually put it in the header file? If these are still just header file stuff. Actually, yeah, wait, why did I need to do it this way? I don't think I did. I'm really hesitant to actually move it back or just delete this and leave it in the header file. Because I know there can be some weird build stuff where it's gonna say like this doesn't exist. What kind of include stuff could happen? I know there's definitely some situations where you have to put some code into the C++ file because it can't be in the header file because something isn't declared yet. It's only defined. I guess it's only if I write code that calls a method declared by a header file. Is that when I have to move it to the C++ file? No, I get it. It's when I have, okay, it's like a thing when I have inline functions. If I define a function to be inline, I can't put it in, I can't call it in a header file unless the definition is also in the header file that it comes from. So if I do like inline some method, but then I define it in a compiled file, I can't call that method from an inlined method in a header file because it won't exist yet. I think that was some old thing I was struggling with getting right. Okay, so I don't have to define that actually. It's actually fine if I just do includes here. Definitely fine if I just do includes there. Okay. Because I'm not calling any functions. I'm just accessing members that are defined, declared, I guess. I don't know. They're declared in other header files, right? I'm not doing anything like that. I'm not writing inline a method whose definition is not in a header file, right? That's like a weird thing that I was doing once before that I remembered. Okay, so I think I'm actually good to not have, okay, I do have to compile it because otherwise it won't exist. So I have to define, yeah, because I need to have the static and these. But maybe I don't, because if I just look at rigid body, how it does this, I don't think it does. Yeah, it doesn't do property list or set. Yeah, it doesn't do that. So yeah, I don't need to do that. I just have to do the bind methods and do add properties. And it handles all that stuff for me, I think. I mean, maybe not. Maybe not. Is it a different thing where resources have to do this? I guess this is technically old code, so this could be like a leftover and not really necessary anymore. They do add property. The get in the set is, oh, I know. Get in set and not storage? What? And not storage. Get property list. Usage is everything. Or and it with not, yeah, it takes off storage. Okay, so these aren't stored. I remember what this is for now. This is so you can write something like point or like data point something, or like point one slash position. That's what this is for. Exactly what this is for. So you can write stuff like that. I don't have to do that here. Okay. It's actually fine. Right. I just need the bind methods. I'm just going to copy this so I know how to write it. But I guess I will copy all of these so I can know what my methods are. And I'll just write it from the top. So D method is the name and then a reference to the function, and then if you have any default values, which I'm not going to use any of that. The name, the parameters, and then that. Okay. Yep, just like that. Cool. Direction, steering axis, up, forward. I've messed up. I did not make these set. Will you release your game on DVD? No. I mean, I suppose if it does really well, it would be like a novel thing for me to make like a DVD just so I can like have it. People own their games anymore. Well, it's gonna be a single player game, and it's not gonna have any internet connection. So, I don't think you need to worry about that. I think you will very much own the game. 100% of the code will exist on your computer. Back in my time, single player games came out on DVD. Yeah. Now you don't have to pay all the extra money for a DVD, you just get the game. Sure, you can also just put it on a DVD yourself if you really wanted to. Nothing stops you. This song really makes me think of like certain Fable locations, like the demon doors. I think some of them have a really nice music behind them like this. Why did I just copy that? I don't have a DVD writer. You really don't? You seem like the kind of guy who would. Just because it'd be a thing to have. Forcing my hand to go on Amazon to buy a cheap USB DVD writer. Don't most like DVD readers just like have that already? I feel like it was popular enough at a point that if you got a DVD, like just a disc reader, it usually also came with a writer. It usually also had that ability, I think. I know when I was making my computer, I was like, I really want to have a disc reader just because there was still, that was just still something that I would have to think about. Like, I want to be sure that if I ever have a need to I'll be able to read from a disk. And I guess when I was looking, it was like everything also said reader and writer. I did not get it though. If I did, I don't know where it is. I think I just have it sitting somewhere. Because the case that I have now does not have a... There's no way to access that. It's not on dev, then it doesn't exist. What? What are you trying to say? All I know is dev null. That's all I know. That is where things appear and disappear. Someone called Linus. Okay. They just made a marker. I don't know. I keep hitting M instead of W. Why does this actually work? I'm actually kind of confused. How does it remember? Because I hit delete word. I don't know. Vim is just smarter than me, I guess. Or as smart as me. It knows what I mean. Somehow. I actually don't know how it knows that. Did I just delete radius and type radius? Suspension. Something. What do you like? 2 delete till underscore? Wow. Didn't work that time. Oh, I guess I actually have to say, like, whatever. Is it all of that? I think so. And then I would do add property for every single one of these. Property info. There's a vector 3 center of mass range. Yeah. Have you updated? What do you mean? Godot? I have not. Write yourself a check for 20,000 bucks, go on Chase Bank and cash it out. I cannot do that. You can, I allow you. No. I don't think you have the authority. So I feel like I should do like position, radius, and width ordered kind of like this. Well, I mean, put that back. I would do property info variance vector 3 Helen52 said it's okay. What happens when you make a check that's more than the account pulling from it? It pulls from. Do they just like, will they just like put your account to a negative balance? Or does it just get like whatever they say, bounced? The check bounces. That's the terminology they use for that. It says wrong, try again. Yeah. So I would have vector 3 position. I guess I could say like this. Oh, and it's supposed to be set and then, yeah, okay, actually, I did do that right. I thought I wrote that wrong. 1 second. I'm gonna take the dog out. I will be back in a few minutes. I'm back. Okay. I've got to close my window. All right. Position, get, set, range, or less or greater. 0, 1. Not good enough for me. I need more. In fact, no, I don't need that precise. Okay. So we got position, then I would like the radius and the width. Radius 0 to 10 or greater. Okay. Radius and width. And then I guess I would have, steering. Yeah. So let me do, I think it's like add group. Add group. Right. And do I have to? I do have to provide it. It can just be empty. So I have up, forward, and steering axis. Should be about like this. No suffix. And then up and forward will be the same way. Actually, is steering axis? It is a vector. Yeah. was thinking if I should call the category something else. But I don't think so. Forward and up. When I do set, I guess we could look at how rigid body does this, because rigid body defines an up, right? No. It doesn't. I know that character body for sure does. They have an up direction. And it has to be normalized. Huh? There it is. Get and set. Those are private though. Let me set it to just the normalized value. Okay. All right. Vector 3, no range stuff. Okay. I'll just take these off then. And do it the same way that that one does it. When we set them, we just set the normalized value. Good. It's normalized, up normalized, forward normalized, direction normalized. Good. That's all correct. Okay. So steering, and then this would be just suspension, I guess. So it would have direction, max length, min length, preload length. Then I guess we do a subgroup of spring, right? And then I have to do a validate property actually. So that I think it's in rigid body had this. Oh, wrong thing. Not the header file. So when they say validate body, is that an override? Or validate property? No, they just define it. And then it calls it if the method exists, I assume. Okay. Is it public? It is protected. Okay. And I would just put it underneath bind methods, I guess. Templates vset. Wait, what is that? Vset. Oh, is that for these virtual functions? No, vector set. Of course. Okay. So to have, I guess I would just do max length, min length, and preload length first, and then have direction be last. Min length and the preload. Could preload be negative? I think it can be. I mean, I don't know why you'd want it to be negative. It'd be the rest length. Wait, what is it? The rest length, the natural length, is defined as max length plus preload length. So it would be negative? Since they do a plus? Okay. Weird. Yeah. I'll make it 5, just to be a smaller range there. The min, max, and then I also need this, the suspension direction, the force point, and I guess just the direction of the force point. Then I can say verify property and take out the force point if enable is not on. And I would have force point. Force point, enable force point. Okay. What am I missing now? I think I'm just missing a spring. I just counted 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. So I'm missing 4. So it'd be 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, just the spring stuff. Cool. There is subgroup. Good. Cool. Property I? What is property I? At property I. Don't know. Oh, no, no, no. Surely this one defines a good one for the enums. Freeze mode. Freeze mode is an int, property hint enum, and then names. Frequency is in hertz, I think. Oscillation in hertz, good. Also, I think whenever I do these sets, I actually have to say, like, notify property list updated. Something like that. Changed. Notify property list changed. It definitely just comes from object. Okay, so I would just call notify property list changed whenever I set these values. Cool. Void notify property list changed. Okay. Stiffness is in Newton meters. Newtons per meter, right? I'll do the same thing. I'll actually make it newtons per millimeter. So whenever I set and retrieve the value, I multiply and divide it. Or actually, I guess I just multiply it. So if I set 10, I'd multiply it by 1,000. Damping is just a value from 0 to 1, right? I guess it could be higher. Spring mode, frequency, stiffness, and damping. So if I said 1, there are 10 millimeters to a centimeter, 100 centimeters to a meter. So 10 times 100, 1,000. Yeah, that's right. Three zeros, good. Okay. What's the default? 0? No. What is the default? 1.5. Okay. Go on Facebook Marketplace, buy a 2003 car, fix it up, be happy. That would be fun. But I don't want to do that. So that's 16 properties: steering, suspension, spring. Okay. And then I need validate property. So I think I just say, rigid body has it. If property name is that, property usage, I'm basically just looking for this. Yeah, I don't know why they delay the property name check till after. I guess it makes sense if they already know, but I know that I'm always going to be checking this. Which I'll have to do there. Oh, and then I guess I could actually say if what does it get enable if not get enable suspension force point. So if it's not enabled and the property name is that one, no editor. And then now I need to make it so that enables suspension force point also notifies the property that's changed. And then I have to do bind EM constant. It would be I just give it the name. Freeze mode static. Oh, right. It's this dumb thing where it has to be like a totally unique name across everywhere, right? And I have to write it like that. Whatever. Oh my god. That's why it was being weird. Thanks for following. Green 3332221. I just have to write it like that, I think. Yep. Okay. Now, this is a struct, right? So okay. If I declare a class and never define it, is that okay? Maybe it's not. Maybe I'll just comment it out, just in case it's not okay. And I want to try compiling this now to see if it's alright with this. Yeah, all I'm doing is I'm adding stuff here. Let's see. Let's see what it thinks about that. It went through the scene stuff really fast, did it? Yeah, it doesn't even reach scene. Does it go in reverse order? I don't know why it would need to go in reverse order. I remember that they mentioned that these are added in link build order. They do go in reverse. Okay, weird. So when it reaches mine, which it already went through mine, I didn't see mine show up. Oh, that's not good. Yeah, I'm a little bit stupid. Cancel that. I did not actually add mine here. Yeah. Yeah. Whoops. No such file or directory. That's because I included this. Jolt, no such file or directory. But I went in reverse order, actually, which is really surprising to me. I didn't think it would do that. Which I guess means if I could actually kind of copy this. I just have to add these as paths, right? Wait, why couldn't it find that? Why does it work here and not there? How does it know? It's a little dumb. How does it know? Include Jolt. Jolt.h. How does it know? Actually don't get that. Oh, prepinned third-party directory. Ah. So I have to write this. env jolt. What I have to do, what I make this is what I need. Okay, well, I guess let me just... I guess it's fine if I just add it. I guess it's not like... I don't think you should break anything. I don't see how it could. Could I say like environment scene sources? No, that's just an array. Environment Jolt. We clone the environment of modules. Why does environment third party exist here? Then I guess I need these two. Can I make my own environment? Well, I guess I can, actually. I guess I could. Gotta do that? Is that what they write? They do clone capital. Yep. And then I would just do environment add source files, or environment special add source files. To environment scene sources. I think that should work. I mean, that feels like that should work. Right? That really seems like that should work. I'm just getting at a special environment, adding that, doing this stuff, and then using this environment to add source files to this array. I really think that works. It didn't complain, it read it. I guess it just reads that it changed, and then it's actually going to find out if it's a problem or not. That was an error. Okay. Well, what happened here? Okay, what happened here? Is this just a typo somewhere? Settings was not declared. Damn. Wheel settings and namespace, JPH does not name a type. Wait, what? Right, I have to include that, but I didn't. I did not. What? That was weird. Oh, I didn't. Okay. But I should just be able to write Jolt, actually. I should be able to write this now. And then... What? Why was I here twice? Huh? What? How did I do that? Jolt physics, and then I need... It's gonna be vehicle? Vehicle... Jolt physics vehicle wheel settings. Yes. It'll actually be... Wheel. Wheel. Vehicle, wheel, spring settings. Cool, it looks like it was fine with that. I think these are all the same error. And then it just gets macro failed. 0. What? it's upset about the 0, but then it doesn't say anything. Oh, is it technically not a float that I've returned? Okay, I don't get that. I think I'll just run this again and see if... Yeah, it looks like it's just particularly unhappy about the wheel settings. Also, this is supposed to be wheel base settings. And then... Yeah, I'm just gonna run it again. Did I write? Now I did. Alright, fewer errors. But still a lot. No matching function. Oh, what the? It's supposed to be a hint range somewhere that I missed? Yeah. Okay, what else? Expected this after class definition? Really? Okay. And then this 0, it really doesn't like. Ah. Just condition message there. Condition value message. Just message. Cool. And then add property. I think that's the error I just fixed. And then here, this file, bind enum constant. They have a misspelling. Spring mode frequency was not declared in the scope. I think that's actually going to be fixed when I try it again. And then apparently I didn't write this file either. Or was it this file? Oh, yeah. There is a way to capitalize everything that you have highlighted. Okay, but now I think that's it. Not quite. Okay. Bind enum constant spring mode frequency. What the hell is happening? Okay. try again. Okay, still same problem. I don't get it. Spring mode frequency. How am I doing this wrong? Public. Oh, is it not? It's public. Freeze mode. And then at the bottom of the file, it runs this. Variant enum cast. I guess these ones do have that. Wheelbase settings spring mode. Is it an enum class? No, it's not an enum class. That's probably what the issue was. Go again. Alright, looks like it's happy now. And I guess I'll find out in a few minutes if the linking works. Oh, man. If it were to fail, would it fail in the linking static library? It says linking static library and then linking program. I don't know. Writing? Bit of writing? Title? I'm thinking of something for Fan and the Hammer. Like, I was thinking of like cool off. Saying cool off after you fan the hammer, like get a couple kills, but I feel like that one doesn't quite make enough sense. Unless you know. So then maybe something like maybe you could just say fastest in the West. We could say draw. I don't know. What's something for the revolver? I feel like there needs to be something for the revolver. That's not it. Here. What can you say for the revolver? What? OBS is dying? OBS is dying? Is it still sending frames? I think OBS is dying right now. Oh, hang on. It's sending again. I'm assuming the stream cut out for like a few seconds there. 'Cause it says 1 minute 50 seconds. 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 1 minute 50 because it said it wasn't responding, but then it dropped 31 frames. But it was definitely frozen a lot longer than a half second. So I'm not sure what that's about. Oh well. It's back, I think. I mean, I'll check. Is it good? No? Sound? Hello? What's going on? I'm moving around? I'm talking? Do I hear myself? It's really, really, really delayed. That is a huge delay. I have not seen such a large delay on that. Okay. But it's back, it seems. It's like a 10-second delay now. Did it just finish? Is that what happened? No. Still going. Something for the revolver. I don't know, maybe you just say like reach for the sky. Sure, why not? Oh, it's almost done. That's usually the last thing it does. It prints out a bunch of these really fast. Actually, it's still going to be a little while, I think. Reach for the sky. I just had a thought. If I'm gonna go with the guy being like a living zombie, would he make any comment or be able to like consume the other zombies for health? Would that be possible? It's built. So I'm going to see if this works now. I have to restart. That might be why things were bad. Because I had Godot running. That could be why something went weird. Okay. So let's see if I can open that resource and apply things to it and read from it. If I can set it and read from it, then I know it's worked. I know that I have successfully set it up so I can call into Jolt stuff directly from that, which would be really cool. I'll just have to figure out how to get access to the Jolt space, I think, to add the constraint myself. Which I think is going to be the easy part. If I can just access the functions, then that's all I need. Which it seems like I can. Has broken dependencies, that's fine. Don't care about that. So I just want to It's going to be a resource, so really I can just do create resource and then find it. It'll be a wheel settings or a wheel base settings near the bottom somewhere. Did not appear. Wheel. Oh. Alright, so it's not that simple. Although I think that maybe it still exists. Just get a script and base it off of wheel base settings. No, it doesn't like that. Cannot find. It is called wheelbase settings. So how did that not work? Let me go to like character body. It was definitely included. I saw it build. Maybe I could just look at curve and see if curve does anything in particular. Like maybe at the bottom. Jeez. Maybe I'll just search for curve 3D and see if anything. Okay, that's actually way more than I thought. Way more than I was expecting. Core extension GD extension special compat hashes. What? That's all test. I guess what I'm just kind of expecting to see is perhaps a file that... There it is. That's what I was looking for. This file, I think. GD register class. So let me look for rigid body 3D. Add compatibility class? I don't think I need that. Okay, so here... yeah, I think I'll just put it like... yeah, I'll put it here. And then I see the curve stuff there, so that's the same thing. Maybe I should look for a vehicle body 3D. I think that would have way fewer usage. Okay, it's still in like 300 files. It's all documentation though. Check this out if you have balls. I do. But I don't think that proves it. I will look in a quick second. That's all vehicle body. Wait a second. Why is this in collision shape? If shape is valid, what? Body type. That's just to print it? Okay. How would I exclude the translation files? Oh my gosh. I think it is just this. Yeah. This is it. Just this. Okay. Gotta compile it again. Okay. Let me see what this is. Phoenix SC some code of Minecraft in 300 hours. I will be watching that later, but not right now. I watch his videos. Alright, so why did this fail now? Wheelbase settings. Wheelbase settings has not been declared. Oh. I have to, of course, include it. Of course. So let's go down to physics. Very silly of me. Physics, vehicle body, that would be here. Scene 3D. Did I misspell something? No. Why is it not giving me anything now? Is it wheel? Base settings. Oh, it's unhappy. Damn. It was fine when I did it. But now that it's actually included here, it's not fine. So I could get around this by moving all of my methods into the compiled file. And then moving these imports into the compiled file, though I don't like that. Although I could, it does seem like it includes the base directory, so I guess I could just write modules and then third party. Like that. So maybe this is okay. Ah, but that comes from type conversions. Damn. So I will have to fix that there. I guess that's still not a problem. How would I actually fix that? Yeah, I mean, I fix it by just doing all of the code outside of here and just declaring that this exists up here. I guess I'll just say struct. declare that to exist, and then... Damn. This is why I hate C++, honestly. This right here is why. It's mostly just compilers. The fact that it's compiled and that I have to do all this crap where I have to have two different files, one with the code and one with just everything again. That's what annoys me the most. Right, and I remember now I can do and then I don't think I need the const there anymore, right? I don't have to do the const. I don't think so. I guess I'll leave it for now in case it complains that I actually did need it. So dumb. So dumb. Oh, I recorded that wrong. That's really actually annoying. Why does it do this? I did it wrong again. UA underscore find this. Back one, delete the line after colon escape underscore U. Yeah. And unfortunately, it doesn't work with those ones. Wish I could have actually made it work with those, I just didn't. I could have made it work with those. Okay. What was it like? No. whatever. Okay. So now this should work correctly. I don't know if I need the const there, but I don't think it's a problem if it's left there, I think. I think it's fine to sit there. Okay. Go. It should tell me immediately if it is. Settings not declared in the scope. Okay. Right. I thought this would be a problem, and it was, so. Optimize your code by removal of the tabs and spaces. Yeah, right. I think it did measure a file or something, or a function, where I replaced the tabs with spaces, and I tried it both ways, and it was like maybe a few microseconds faster. In GD script. Incomplete type. Why? What do you mean? That's okay though. But that's okay. But I can do that. But I can do that. Why can't I do that? I don't understand. Really? I thought this was okay, as long as I don't use it. Spring mode does not name a type. Okay. Huh. It's fine with this one, but not that one. That's funny. I'm actually really confused. I thought this was okay to do. Because you can write class and then friend class, but you can't make a field? It's because it compiled here. Oh, do I have to say... I think I have to say, like, the namespace. Is that what I have to do? I have to tell it what namespace we're in. That's what's, like, wrong with it. Because here it does do this. Because yeah, they're using JPH there. Maybe that's what it is. Line 1. It's an order thing. That's what this is. This has to be last. This is why I really, really dislike this stuff. That's why. Okay, I get it now. I just have to forward declare it so it's not a syntax error, and then I have to make sure that's included before I include my wheelbase settings. Has incomplete type. Okay, so now it's just now it's just making fun of me. It does have an incomplete type, which I thought is because these technically don't define that in the namespace I think it defines it in. But no, it does actually. Wait, huh? Oh, I think it's, I have to do that. I think I just do that and then we're fine. I don't think yeah. I think this is fine. It's probably because I'm doing it again and it's like, oh, wait a second. But if I just leave it out, then we're good. As long as I have the order right. JPH does not name a type. Okay, so somehow now I have to get JPH in there, which, how does it get it here? It's because any place this is declared, it comes from probably physics server. Or not. Globals? No. Here? It's gotta say it somewhere here, right? Spaces, space 3D. How does it get down here and then not like that? I think it's actually the same JPH namespace begin. Wheel settings. JPH namespace begin. Pretty sure. Namespace JPH. I don't get it. This one should be including type conversions. Pulls in Jolt H, which is where JPH comes from. So why does it not like it here? That one doesn't add up to me. That one actually doesn't make any sense to me. How does it not exist? It definitely is JPH. Yes. So yeah, what makes no sense to me is how I can include this, and it's like, oh yeah, that's fine, and then I include this, and it's like, yeah, that's fine, and then I include this, and it's like, yeah, that's fine. But then I get here, and it's like, oh, nope, nope, no longer fine. That's not okay. How does that work? You know what? Was it scons clean or scons clean? I just don't believe you. Do not know how to make file target clean. Clean? Yeah. That doesn't sound right. Because when I compile this file, it loads in all of these and it runs through this stuff first. And it's like, oh yeah, that's all fine. And then I got here and I said, no, that's not fine. Is it because it wasn't written? Like, I don't know. Oh, now that's a problem. Also, I hit write all and it hasn't finished yet. Or has it? No. What have I got here? Clone, environment scene sources, all that. It's just a nothing file right there. Yeah, this one doesn't make any sense to me. I'm not understanding this. Because if there's one thing I know about how compiling works, it copies that file into my file. It makes sure that those happen before I call wheelbase settings. And yet somehow it gets to wheelbase settings and says, this doesn't exist. Even though it included the other ones first and thought that they existed. And it failed very fast, too. Oh, this comes from scene register types. Oh my god. But then when I forward declare it, then it's not happy. It has to happen before I include this. Is this okay? No, I mean, it can't be okay because I just removed that line last time. And then it didn't fix it. Right. Tough. Okay. How can I do this? I just have to make it so that register types is getting so dumb. Can I have my own? No, I can't. This has to work here. I can just do it again where I add Jolt to it. I don't like that, but I guess I can do it. I guess I can just do it for scene only, so scene will include this as a base file, something like that. That's fine to be there like this. Yeah, this is why C++ sucks, is when you get to this stuff where you're getting like header file problems and the ordering of your header file matters, that you have to include things from other places. Just have to include it here. So now I have to go find this file, register types, sc sub. So I have to say, scene sources add. Yeah, and I basically have to do this. Format here. And I guess now this means I don't have to do any of this thing. I can just run it. But I do have to say this. That's very important to have here. It's a good thing everything is like in its own namespace, so this should never conflict with anything else. This is all JPH, and this is... The first thing here is Jolt, so you can't like accidentally include something else. Also, I wasn't sure if the backslash was there or not. right? So then, yeah, here I don't have to do... I don't have to do any of this stuff. And this is Python, right? Right? This is Python? So I just do this to make it all comments. Okay. Should be totally fine. As long as no other modules have their own thing called Jolt, for some reason, and they're including that, and now it's like, oh, which one do you mean? Or they're not using defines called JPH. Enable a search, debug, renderer, double precision. So I mean, in theory, this gives me access to all of it. So I can go back to only having the code in the header file after this. I should be able to. I was just gonna watch this to see if there's a syntax problem. I don't think it would be taking this long to reach that point. Because the longest stage is the linking stage. I just wanted to watch this to see if I get an error fast once it reaches my thing. And I need to keep in mind this plugin thing, because I want to add in a plugin to show gizmos for your wheels as you add them. So when you're in the inspector adding wheel settings, the wheels will pop up in the 3D view. Oh no. I don't even... Oh my god. That was a ridiculous amount of errors. Can I even scroll up to see the start of that? I mean, I'm not even sure what happened there. Because I didn't add anything to compile, I just included this as a include directory. Why did it fall apart here, actually? This should just be an include directory. This shouldn't have done anything like adding, because this is what happened. It added compile stuff. What? Like the macros failed, is what happened. I'm actually really confused why that broke here, but then didn't break when I did it on my own file. Yeah, it is the macro failed. And now it's like really confused because of the macro. Why? How? Like, I want to go see where it spawned from. It spawned from some specific file. Wheel body H. Namespace begin does not define a type. So I included wheel, and then I did body. So apparently JPH core didn't, or jolt.h didn't get included in this line. So neither wheel nor body defined or included jolt h, apparently. Or sorry, jolt core. Which I just kind of don't believe. Body. Yeah, it didn't. Jolt H didn't get included. At least, not without diving all the way into here. Okay, so I guess just the solution is probably what probably to have type conversions first. Wheelbase settings H. Oh, right, yeah. I did just kind of throw that in there. Which is actually more of a problem with Jolt. That this file somehow didn't have a path back to Jolt H. It's kind of weird. Or sorry, Jolt 4? Hang on, what? What do I include? Type conversions included Jolt H. Okay. So it's gotta go like this, and then I can include those. Okay, and just gonna look at this really quick to make sure everything's still good, because I want to move all these out of that compiled file back into here, since I'm now including it. Because that would have also fixed this. I wouldn't have had this problem if it was included this way. Yeah, I just hate that. I hate how that looks. That's so dumb. All these one-liners in there. I mean, I would like to move it in there, but I guess I won't. Okay. Okay. This should be good now. I should have to include Jolt H before this. And then I'll leave that open. Yeah, I mean, whatever. All right, looks like it did it. It just flew straight through it. Yeah, at least it was just like a missing include. Okay, well, I think my file is fine. So, maybe back to this. What else? I guess I could think of like a line for each weapon. So what about the pistol? The pistol? What would you say with a pistol? I feel like there's nothing for that. Maybe if you have like a silencer. What about the automatic rifle? I just thought of something that's funny. Maybe it'll be good. I spray, you pray. After multi-kill with auto rifle. Is that good? Is that silly? I like it. It makes me smile. I spray, you pray. Cool. You got through it. Now it's just linking warnings. What about shotgun? Kind of has the buckshot one, but that's not specifically the shotgun, because you could get that with the revolver too. Maybe it should be limited to the shotgun. So you can't do that with the revolver. What about I think there's something for the bolt rifle. So in the scope, just lines that you say when you scope in on a zombie, like, I don't know. I don't have any good ideas. I don't have any ideas, actually. Not even any. What about the shovel? I guess some line about how, like, open or closed caskets. Or no burial. It finished. And I've made the mistake of leaving Godot open again. So, close that. So, I mean, everything should work. My test that I was going to do was just, like, creating a resource and then, like, setting a value and then printing the value back. And if it could retrieve the value, then it worked. Is it not starting? It says it's running. It doesn't look like it to me. My mistake was believing you are smart. I mean, I'm not going to use that one, but I did just get an idea. You should have stayed in the dirt or stayed in the ground. I just tried to hit save on a website. Silly of me. There's color. Cool. I think that worked. Lots of errors because spring mode is not on stiffness. Oh, funny. Well, my code definitely ran then, if that error printed. Why did that, who called that though? Pain is what you get from me. Maybe like, I don't know. I had another idea, but this is like another idea from that. But then it was like something where he's like, you won't have my brains. Instead, you'll have pain. But, you know, a better wording of that. No brains, just pain. Something like that, maybe. All right, well, it kind of worked. I don't like that this popped up. That shouldn't have happened. I don't know why. Maybe I have to say, because that means it ran this method. I guess yeah, I guess when I initialize, I have to say there's probably something else that does this, right? Probably something else does this. It might be like just in a constructor I call, or I would set in a constructor I would set my actually where exactly did that come from? It said use get spring frequency instead. So it happened because it was calling this get spring frequency. Or sorry, it called get spring stiffness. But it shouldn't have called that. Why did it call this? I think something in the editor has to call as like gets. Probably the property list, right? When it initializes, it calls a constructor and then it comes down here and says it goes through the properties, or it retrieves the property list, it calls validate. Actually, it shouldn't have done that, should it? Yeah, it shouldn't do that at all. Because if it went through there first, it shouldn't have. Is there anything in like the get stuff? Let me look for just validate property, I guess. Let's see if I can find maybe some class that checks this. Not from object though. Some class that uses this to uses this to determine whether or not you can retrieve a certain value. I don't think animation node is going to be a good place. Maybe Camera 3D would have this. When you do a set, it's an error to set certain things when you're not in the right mode. Maybe. I just saw something move. That was rude. Okay. Maybe. I don't know. I feel like there's more problems though with that method. This one would make sense. Camera get frustum. Fail condition not is inside world. If that's a property, okay, it's get, oh, there it is. It uses an underscore get frustum. Variance return value get frustum. Typed array plain. This one would fail though, is inside world. That's the only place it's there. Really weird. How does that work? There's only a couple of these. Hmm. What's going on here? Something's weird. Get pyramid shape RID. It's here. Maybe it's not a property. Yeah, it's not a property. Oh wait, frustum's not there either, huh? Only offset is. Okay, so add property. I would like to know what add property I means. Does it just mean like internal? Internal property? Okay. I'm guessing I can't make this one a property, unfortunately. I can't do like that. I would do like, because it retrieves some value, which really sucks. I would really like to be able to set that. I guess I can just call like spring value and then change the hint string. Right? Wait. Oh, I actually had these named wrong too. Never mind. Hang on. Maybe they should be spring. Maybe I was right. Yeah, because these shouldn't show up. Now I gotta build it again though. Because I should think it goes through the validate property first before it tries to set or retrieve any values. Okay. Sorry. It's working. Okay. This gun is made for killing. Maybe it could be nice for the auto rifle, but I don't think so. I guess I'll write it down. This is like... This one's like not really the same as other ones, but my thought is... like during a reload. During a reload after... There's more where that came from. So you get several kills, you hit reload, and then this is line that plays. Maybe just see you in hell. Right. Should I? No, never mind. It's just a silly one. Get back up so I can kill you again. I really want to get like body parts shooting off. Say walk it off after killing with a leg. Dismember. There's also a Monty Python reference I could make. After dismember, like, it's just a flesh wound. It finished. And like a great person, I left Godot open. Alright, so I shouldn't see that error pop up. I would expect that before calling any of my property stuff, which is exactly how that happened, it went through a property thing, that it should verify that the property could even show up in the editor. It does feel weirdly slow. I'm not sure why. Why it seems to like have an issue. It could be, I guess it's possible it's Jolt stuff. Maybe. I don't know, this opened fine. Yeah, it was just like the project picker was really slow. Okay, did that error show up? Cool. Alright. It seems like it's good. This all stems from truck vehicle being like not a real thing. Yeah, open anyway. So I'm just gonna change this to vehicle body, because that's what's wrong with it. Okay. Should all be fine now. Alright. No complaints. So my test is just to see if I can make, I guess, a resource and load it. Perhaps, somehow. I guess I can just like delete this. I guess I can put it on a player or world. World's probably fine. So I'll just make like a thing here. Wheelbase settings. Just be wheelbase settings new. And then in ready, very simply, I just say test wheel settings. I don't know. Spring steering axis. I feel like this one's probably the biggest test I could make. So spring frequency would be equal to 50. Say 51.2. More random, I think. And then I'm just gonna try printing that out. And I guess I could also print something else, like spring mode. Oh, I didn't make spring mode a thing? Weird. Oh well. So if I hit run, I believe... right. I think I just... Right. So... Oh, it's gonna have a lot of problems right now. Okay, make it a vehicle 3D. Is that okay? Seems like it. Sure. I hit rerun and it didn't rerun. Okay. That looks like the number I typed in. Right? Although I feel like I didn't type in that many numbers. Why is it like so far off? That's weird, but whatever. Okay, cool. It pretty much said it. Pretty much. It does look weird though. Like, why is it... This should be a float, right? I feel like that just looks weird. I feel like it shouldn't be quite like that. It is a float. I mean, I guess it's fine. Cool. Alright, proof of concept is in. I can quite literally just write the code or write like an interface to it and just work with this. Alright, that's cool. I do have to end now though. I know yesterday I didn't stream and then today is like a half day. Yeah, tomorrow will be a full day. I'll be up early. And if things go smoothly, I would think this should just be one more day. Because literally all I have to do is just write out like this stuff. You know, a little bit tedious here. Yeah, spring mode didn't show up. Why did spring mode not show up? Why did it not show up? Freeze mode. Set freeze enabled. Yeah, returns rigid body freeze mode. Why are these all in a weird order? All right, let me make a resource and see. Inspector, suspension, spring. Spring mode doesn't show up. What did I do wrong there? Add property invalid setter for property spring mode. Invalid setter. What are you talking about? Invalid setter. Set spring mode. Spring mode. Mode. Did I misspell it? Set spring mode, get spring mode. Bind method. Did I fail to bind the method? No, I definitely didn't because I was able to do it. Oh. How did I type that wrong? Dang. Why didn't anyone tell me? Yeah, and I just inserted an F3, apparently. Okay, well, that is it for me for today. I should definitely go ahead and commit this. Staged. That all looks good. This is just like proof of concept kind of thing. And I think it definitely can move a lot of that back into the header file. Because that is just so messy in the regular file. In that compiled one. Okay. I'm on the right thing. Add Jolt vehicle. Commit. So this is just going to be added wheel settings resource, which just interfaces with the Jolt wheel settings class for struct. And then modified build scripts to support this. Cool. And then, of course, doing this. All right. Whoops. Oh my god, stop loading things like that. I really don't like sites that do that. They load in links on top of other links after like a full second or two that the page is loaded. But oh well, I mean, I guess I actually wanted to go here. Cool, okay. Alright, that's it. I'll be back tomorrow in the morning for a full day. Goodbye.